back? Hello? Hello? Oh my god, why is my internet so bad today? Honor! Rip. I might not be able to stream today. What? Why is it doing this to me? On the days I want to stream, it's dying on me. But on the days I didn't want to stream, it goes perfectly fine. Oh god. Oh no. Alright, if it crashes again, I probably won't be able to stream. Yeah, I'm rebooting my internet, and hopefully praying that it doesn't crash it. Yes. I got 3 pings. I was blackmailing to come here. Sorry, Cecil. Sorry. When we getting Shen RE DLC, Resident Evil DLC. There's DLCs for 2. I didn't know that. Hey. It's fine, Shen. Thank you. Oh my god, Cecil. Being nice to me? Oh! Why do you have so much delay on your stream? I don't know. My internet is being little ass today, and yup. I don't know why it's acting up. Today of all days, it knows that I stream on Saturday, and now it's like, Fusion, you don't deserve to stream today. You streamed yesterday. That's all for you. You don't need to stream today when you already streamed yesterday. Yeah. Rip. Yup, very sad. Why today? I know, right? Why today? Today's my stream day, and now it's acting like a little baby. OBS, please. You were working perfectly fine yesterday. Why are you bad today? Okay, alright. Hopefully it doesn't crashes, because usually it crashes at like when it hits like 10 minutes. I don't know why, but for some reason whenever I'm like reading that, I think of like a British accent, you know? Like Cecil with a British accent, like it's so formal. Alright. Should I start playing now? I feel like there's like a okay, there's a delay, but it's fine, right? It's fine. It's totally fine. You know? Wait, I know this song. This song is Alien by Nayudalian. Nayuda Alien. It's actually amazing. I love this song so much. Should I pick a number 1 to 5? 4. My favorite number 4. It's like, I don't know why I like 4 so much. It's like, it's not too little, but it's not too much, and it's like even. It's such an even number. I like 4 because it's even, you know. And like 4 plus 4 equals 8, and like 8 is like a infinity sign, and it's like even because it's 2 balls, and I like balls. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for Yoshi. were gifted. What the heck? Yoshi, what the fuck? Is that why? What the heck? You're crazy. Thank you so much for gifted. What do you want me to do to you? What do you want in return?
Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub.
Thank you, Chaos, for the gifted sub. What the hell? Guys. What? You're crazy. You want me to get on my knees too? Alright, 115 tree. Stop, guys. No, you're crazy. Get on your knees and ooh for me. Oh my goodness. You guys are silly. Oh shoot. Is the music too loud? Okay. I made it lower. Sorry guys, sorry. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Should I start playing the game now? I wanna know. Yeah, I do a really good guys. Shin said pero. Pero. Alright, okay, today I'm replaying Resident Evil 2, alright guys? But today, we're gonna do a Claire run. Claire Redfield run. And you know, I heard so many good things about Claire, you know, about how pretty and hot she is, so you know, I gotta see what the hype is all about. Confirmed, gifted subs are a good way to get people's attention. Oh my god, you're so right. Well, out of the 8 people, I was the only one who didn't get it gifted. Rip. Try harder, Sensor. NT, you know? Oh, welcome in, Adam Chills. Welcome. Adam has arrived. Adam, is that the Adam Chills? Oh my god. Welcome. How was your day? Perro means dog. Yeah, your little perrito, right? The little dog. Claire also has some interesting mods. Oh, like, is it saucy? The internet be wild. Who's Claire? So Claire is the Claire is a character in the game. There's 2 people. You can either play Leon or Claire, and Claire is the female. Well, it's like different story. Yeah. So thank you for the follow, Adam Shields. Thank you. Whoa. Are you barking at me? I'll bark at you too. Cause I got the dog in me. Oh shit, did you fix your clip volume yet? You know, no. I did not. Nope. I did not.
Thank you so much for the sub.
Oh my god!
Thank you so much for the sub.
What the F? Yoshi, what the fuck? Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Hype train? Oh no, I didn't wake. It's okay. Oh my goodness. Holy damn, my luck is dog water. NT, so NT. It has to be 3 different people. Oh, that throw money. Oh no, you're already sub? Yes, Senso. Aren't you already sub? Like you got it. You got the sub from like two streams ago, I think. I'm pretty sure it was either my last Resident Evil stream or like the first Resident Evil stream. Yeah, I think so. Alright. Should I start? Should we start? I love you. Alright. Story mode. New game second run. Play through the second scenario from the beginning. Okay. Claire. We're going normal because I'm a coward. Alright. Well, Shen, it says I gifted 9 subs. Should I even it out? Yes. Make it 10. How about no? I feel like 9 is a really good number too. If I had to pick another favorite number, it would probably 9. Because, you know, 9 is divided by 3. 3 is like perfectly, because 3 is 9. That's like 3, triple 3s and 3s equals 9. You know, and like 9 is somehow like even because 9 plus 9 is 18, and 18 is an even number, and like it like, you know, it's like, yeah, I love it. Fine. Shen playing Claire is gonna be looking for Onisan. Oh yeah, Claire is looking for her brother, right?
Claire, are you okay?
My 2 favorites are 6 and 9.
Can't stay here. It's not safe.
69. You are 9 and Claire is the one you need. Sheesh. Sheesh. Wrist Lord. Exactly, right, Senso? Exactly. Sheesh. Alright. Oh wait, we're here. Investigate the police station.
Leon, I'm sure you beat me here.
I only have 3 bullets. Okay. We're in the graveyard. There's a graveyard in the police station. Is that actually a thing? Is this where they bury like dead police officers? Okay, I need the little scissor thingy. Chris Oni-chan. Chris Oni-chan. Alright. Are you dead? Can I go here? No? Oh. Blue herb. Alright. Clear walkthrough. Ew! Bolt cutters. Yeah, bolt cutters. The scissors. I like scissors. Oh, right here! Cutting tool. Wait, she started off pretty far, huh?
Claire, hold on. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Wait, wouldn't her gameplay be like shorter though? Because like this is like pretty far in,
Claire.
right?
It's so nice to see you.
How you doing? That helicopter just came out of
Yeah.
nowhere.
Shout of what?
I'm in one piece.
Shout of these nuts.
I'm guessing
Huh,
you
I'm
don't
sorry.
have a key in one of those fancy
I'm
pockets?
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Unfortunately, how are you doing?
You know,
She has her own
fine.
story to follow.
That's
Oh.
good. Any luck with your brother?
No, not yet.
Claire, don't lose hope. I'm sure we're gonna find him.
Please tell me if the volume is too loud, guys, so I could lower it.
You know what that means?
Yeah. Dinner time.
I saw game volume a little low. Okay. Here, let me pump it up a little. Oh shoot, I skipped. Oh, it's fine. Ah! Can I just run? I only have one bullet. Ah! Oh my god, he scared me. Not terribly low, but could be higher. Alright. Okay, I'll take this. Wait, I'm down here. Okay, alright. These nuts do be tasting like honeydew. Honeydew? Honeydew, these nuts fit in your mouth. I'm so sorry. Is Jen a screamer? I am not. Okay. The door is on the other side, right? Where I was at? Shit, how do I get... You come here? Come here? Come here so I can walk around you, please? I'm gonna bait them here. So I can walk past them. Okay. Come here. Please, come here. Please. Okay. Oh my god. I just wasted my bullet. Hold on. Shen is a master of baiting. I sure am, buddy. Okay. Is it for this gun? Or this one? Okay. What do I have in here? Nothing? What is this? Grenade? Alright. Oh! Courtyard keys? Okay. Oh my god, why are you camping? Run, clear! Jeez, you owe me a soda. Soda D's. Soda D's? Soda D's? Soda D's and these nuts. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Okay, now we're here. This was the room Leon was in, right? That's right. Go here. Okay, green herb. Fuck. Okay. Discarding items. Yada yada. Here. Could drop this. Take this. Combine this with this. Combine this with this. See, now I know I could combine 3 things instead of 2, guys. I got so many nuts jokes today. I mean, I love them nutty, guys. Oh shit. Shit, you need to make it animated, these nuts emotes. Ooh, you know, great idea, Senso. Great idea. Can I hit?
Seriously?
Oh god. Anything else in here? Wheel? So many items. Oh! Oh my! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Jesus Christ! Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Also, thank you for the like, Yoshi. Thank you. I hope you're having fun from inside the closet. No, I'll come back for this. Okay, I need a power for that. Wait, are you goddamn serious? No, thank you for the redeem and like. No, 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 thank you! Thank you! Oh my goodness. Look at Shen clicking these these heads. Thank you, Senso. Thank you, thank you. Okay, now I gotta. Okay, is it? Oh, more bullets. All right. How do I get back around? This is a first aid. Oh. Did I go here? Oh. Sorry, brother. Are you dead? Scrap of paper. Okay. I came here. Wait, this part is open? So thank you for the like! Senso, thank you, thank you! I like to need to do some work. Good luck on your work, Senso. Good luck, good luck. Okay, safe room. I could put this away, right? Store. I could store this. I'll keep these two. Oh, I did the bottom ones. Anything here I need to take? Electrical parts. Okay. What's this? Gunpowder? Oh, here, Claire. Okay. White. You know what? I'm gonna take this. And then we're gonna go back over here and grab all the loot I missed. Oh, he's still alive! God, how many bullets does it take to kill a half man? You kidding me? Nope. Let's go over here. Okay, I'll take this. Fuck, wait, I don't have room! Wait. Why? Wait. Shit, I don't have room. Okay. Damn, I missed all the space I had. Oh my god. Okay, put this here. Yeah. And then I'm gonna grab the first aid because that seems. Wait. There's a gunpowder here. Right? No. That's a freaking board. Okay. We're gonna grab this first aid spray. Map. Okay. Break room. I could go here. Powder. Gunpowder. Okay. Alright. You clipped it? Oh my goodness, chaos. I'm not ready to die, okay? I gotta, stack up first. I just started a game. Alright. Put this away, because I don't need it. Put this away too. And then, I got this. I can put this away. And then, go over here. Grab this. Okay, machine pistol? Machine pistol? What? It was too good. Just open the door and a classic note and turn around and walk out. Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm not trying to die, you know. Okay. Pretty sure I got everything here. Let me. I'm gonna check this room again. Did I get this room? Everything? I need a board, a wooden board. And then... Wait, there's a knife right here! Hold on. What a knife? A knife would be so handy. Where's the knife? Is it in the fire escape? Or a watchman room? On the wall? Oh my god! Yeah. Alright. Should I go down? We're gonna go to the main hall. Cause I feel like that's the most important thing, right? There should be a map there too, right? Is Marvin gonna be here? Wait, he is there! Marvin?
Anybody here?
Wait. The typewriter isn't here. Okay, more space. Mr. X? Oh my god! Oh, he punches
He's
the
not part of
camera.
Rescue squad.
Wait, who are you? Oh wait, I could double shoot. Wait, I didn't know I could do that. Marvin, come here, Marvin. Oh my god, the aiming is kind of hard. Okay, notebook with missing page. You do I have to do all of this again? Alright. Anything here? Anything? Anything? Am I missing anything? First aid spray? Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Oh my god! Hello, Shinobi! Hello! Itoshi? Please tell me I'm saying your name right. Welcome, welcome! Wow, Resident Evil? Yeah, Resident Evil! I'm on the Resident Evil phase right now. You got it right, don't worry. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for telling me. How was your day? How are you?
What was that?
Oh, what was that? Yeah, right now I'm playing Claire's playthrough for the first time. Wait, it's a green herb. I don't have space. Oh! Oh! I'm dead! Run, Claire, run! Oh my god. Oh my god. Now I'm fine. Oh my goodness. We conversed to play a second time as Claire. Yeah. Was really good. Have fun watching you stream last night. Oh yeah, thank you, thank you. Shen is a screamer confirmed. Shen, did you forget there was a liquor in the hallway as Leon? You know, I did. But the thing is, I barely went through this hallway because I knew there was a liquor when I played as Leon. You know? I think I only went through here like one time. Like twice? Like the first time when I saw the liquor, and then another time because I had to go inside that one room, and then I just gave up. It just wants some huggies. Ooh, I want some huggies too. Okay, just don't make any sounds, right? Cause they're like blind. Stop coming. There's a door there, right? He's blocking the door! How do I get across? If it's blocking the door. Just kill the liquor easy? I cannot kill the liquor. I cannot kill it. Please, go away. How do you know? Oh, fuck. Fuck, I need a key. Fuck. Run clear, run clear, run clear, run clear. Please run. Clear! Go on! Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't like Liquor's booty stick. Double cheeked out. It really is. It really is. Oh my god. Are these all the same notes from my Leon run? September 25th. We're turning the station into a temporary shelter due to the massive sudden outbreak. All police personnel has been instructed to make the safety of the citizens their top priority, as we try to accommodate as many of them as possible. September 25th. One of the refugees attacked us in the middle of the night, resulting in the death of one officer and injuring 3 others. The person in question was quickly restrained. We believe this was simply a case of someone snapping under intense stress. September 26th. A mob attacked the station today, resulting in a number of casualties. A few survivors were able to make it safely behind the emergency shutters, but surrounded as we are, it'll be hard for any of us to escape this place. We're not sure we can fix any of our comm equipment, so we remain cut off from the outside world. Oh my god. That's gotta hurt. I know, right? So Shen, what's your health at now? I think I'm like at caution, like yellow. September 27th. There was another clash on the west side of the station around 1 p.m. 12 people died, and there's only a handful of survivors left. Everything's falling into disarray in here. Oh yeah, I remember this. I remember this note. Oh, in this map. And then this is where I went up. And then, am I missing anything in here? Anything? God. Oh, bullets. Welcome back, Bates Kates. Oh, Shan back for more RE2 gameplay. Yup, this time I'm playing Claire. Yup. So how is your day? Bakes cakes. Shinobi is bleeding out, but she got time to read. Yeah, I got time to read. Oh, see, I'm fine. I'm fine. I thought I was dying, but I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Oh, bolt cutters. Lucky me. Any plans of playing RE3 too? Yup. Yup. You should see me when I was playing RE1. It was so bad. RE1 was so bad. Yeah, I'm playing them all in order. Okay, locker room, cap. Locker room, cap. Locker room, cap. Locker room, cap. What is this? Flash grenade. Locker room, cap. Boards. Can I go here? She was so mad at Barry for being a Barry. Yeah, I was so mad at Barry. Can I go in here? Alright, now we're here. Okay, gunpowder acid rounds. Okay. Submachine. 2 white submachine gun ammo. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Dead zombie. Another safe. Yeah, RE1 was so nerve-wracking. Like, I was so angry. Yeah, the Shinobi got Joe sandwich. Joe sandwich. Almost, she got mad at Barry at first, and then Barry saved her ass each time. Hey, to be fair, whenever I needed him, he like runs away. Is okay, and then he like backstabbed me at the end. Okay, like what else would I think? Okay. He like ditched me when I was in the sewers. Like, oh my god, I was literally right there by the gate and he just goes up. It was so, I was so angry. Oh my god. I low-key think Shen has injury fetish. 90% Leon gameplay. He was bleeding out of his butt. Hey, I'm, you know, I'm a sadist. Alright. Right here.
Do this.
Come here, you. Come closer.
Bitch.
Okay. What was the code again? And she admitted no. She likes being thrown around too. Ah, thank you. No, Shen, you're a masochist. I mean, I'm not gonna deny it. Alright, it's by initials, right? MB RP. Oh fudge. Oh fudge. Oh fudge! Reload already! Why is she reloading so slow? Run, Joe. Easy! Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna grab this. Okay. MB RP. MB RP. Who's this? Someone? MB RP NC EE. Oh. DF. Okay. Was it? Oh, it was something ED, right? It's ED? Not gonna lie, I don't remember. ED. And then it was MR something. MR. Who sat here? Who sat here? Oh, wrong button. Okay, initials of our first name. First name? Who was it? I don't remember. Did you just thank me for Yeah, you did. I did. Shit, it's a 6th round revolver. Of course, it's gonna be slow. Should it be the same poster as Leon? Well, you know, the issue is I have a terrible memory. Yep, I don't remember what I did like 2 hours ago. Yeah. It's something ED, right? Oh, see? NED! Easy! Oh, easy! Wow. I did not just force that. I used my brains, guys. You know, you gotta think outside the box. Oh, oh. I'll discard this. Alright. Can I combine this? No? What is this for? SLS 60? No? Quick draw army? Alright. When all else fail, brute force it. Exactly, right? Exactly. Oh god. Who wants to make a bet? She guessed that. That net. No, I didn't guess. You know, I just I remember, and you know, I just my big brains. Thank you for the sub, Itoshi. Thank you. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh, I need a key for this. The SLS 60 is probably your starting pistol. Oh, wait, you're right. No turning back. No turning back indeed. Oh. I go in here. Okay. Wait, the buttons. Oh, I have to do the buttons again. Okay. 203. 208. Shotgun. Come here, you little. Come here. Are you dead? Oh, equip. Are you dead? Are you dead? Please be dead! Okay. Now he's dead. 109. 106. 109, 106. 106. Okay. 109. Alright! Probably a name of one of his bills, so she plugged it in and got lucky. No! Also, Ned? Come on. There could be a better name than Ned. Ned is such a no offense, lame name. I mean, technically they are dead. You're right. They are dead. No, wait, you're not dead. No. Okay, main objective is save my bullets. Okay, safe room. Is this not a safe room? Wasn't there a safe room here? Or no? Oh, is it in this room? Dark room? Is it over here? This way? Stairs? Oh my god. I'm just gonna walk past you. Here we go. Green earth, blue earth, yada yada. Okay. We're gonna put some stuff away. Howdy, hello. Welcome in, Kuri-san. Welcome. Kuri, how are you? How was your day? Aren't you glad you don't have to deal with the Crimson Heads? Oh yes, I freaking hate them. They run so fast and like, oh my god, they just won't die. I could put this away. I could put this away too. Gunpowder. Combine. Hold on. I could combine this with this one, right? Make more bullets. Oh shit! I made the wrong. I made the wrong bullets. Grenade launcher. It's fine. See, at least I don't have to make more for my grenade launcher. It's fine. Okay. Combine this with this. Okay, 9mm. How do I get 9mm? ammo. First aid spray, flash grenade. Okay. Should I take this with me? Okay, I'm gonna keep this with me. Okay, it looks good. Looks good. Okay. I might as well save. Crimson hairs are annoying? Oh, they are. Hey, looky, it's the SLS60. Yup. And well, making food. How are you? I'm doing great. Oh, my room is kind of hot right now, and I'm like sweating a little bit. But it's okay. It's okay. I'm a sweaty gamer. You know, you gotta be a sweaty gamer to be a crack gamer. You know. Alright. Oh. Wait, I could do this. Combine this with this. Should I keep this? I'll put this away. Okay. There should be everything in this room, right? Alright. She was probably, I need more BL. Oh, Ned is nice. Ned is such a lame name though. You know, if I had to pick a name, it would probably be like, I don't know, like Ruben or like, I don't know, Chaos. Oh, she's learning? Yes, I'm learning. You dead? Please, please. Okay, men's locker room. Yeah, this is where I need this. Okay. Did you check out the 2 lockers in a safe room? Oh, I am now. Bitch. Did you just call my name lame? No. I said change topic. Haha. How's your day, Chaos? How is it? Did you do anything? Bro, she's giving you signs. What are you guys talking about? You guys are so silly. Alright. Ooh, I need a gem. Gem. And then anything here? For me to grab. Think of the bonk. Thank you. Alright. Anything? Is you alive? Is you alive? No? Locker room? Alright. That timer on that number, Toshi. Nice timing. Okay. This is where the liquor, I remember this. This is where the liquor first showed up. I remember because it was so traumatizing. Alright. This is the hallway. And then I could go in this room. It's gotta be quiet. Alright. There we go. Battery. A note? Oh my god. Is that Shinobi let the guy rest? I dealt with ancient fossils that don't know how computer works, but Shen, we fighting? Yeah, I'm so down to fight, Chaos. I love wrestling. Wink. Oh. This is right? I need to get this gun, huh? Cause last time I didn't grab it. This is it's a machine gun. Okay. Machine gun? Since you're dark chaos, she can be your shining light. Oh, giggity, giggity indeed. Haha. Okay, red herb. Okay, I could just drop that. What is this? I'll pick this up later. I got everything in this room, right? Okay, this. And I need a chip, and the chip is on the. I remember the badge.
Jesus, stay back!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Get away from me! Wait. Wait. He shows up now? Oh god. Oh god. Get away, please, get away! I don't have room! Okay, battery? What did I need a battery for? I need... I can put this away, Oh wait! Wait. Okay? Oh wait, this is the bomb! Wait, that's right, okay. This is the bomb. I can put this away. Okay. Let me save. Just in case. The badge, yeah, the badge. Wait, I didn't open this? Okay. Alright. This. Oh my god. Shinobi learns how to make a bomb. Quick, hide. We hide. Bro just want to fist bomb you. Fisting? Hey yo, maybe I might consider. And then for the storage room of the library, he's right there. Okay, is he camping me? He's right there. Hey. Okay. Okay, which room do I need to go? Safety deposit. Guys, I'm scared. What if he's like... Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, your personality, I love it. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm a weirdo. I'm glad you like my personality. Alright. I don't think I went over here. Oh no, wait. No, this. Oh my god, I missed. You know what? I'm gonna go over here. Oh my god, this one! Wait, I never solved this one. Okay. What's this? Key? Okay. In here? Oh my god, Oh my god, this room is the bomb room, right? The bomb room? Bomb room. It's a note. Note. And then bomb. Right here. And then, now I need a... Oh wait, it's gonna explode, wait! Oh my god. Okay. Try burn, oh mom. Should I just force it? Are you telling me to just force it? Shit! Hold on! What the fuck? Okay. Wait, I don't remember which paper it was. Oh, wait. Lion? Unicorn? Lady? Was the goat, the harp, the bird? Goat? Goat, harp, goat, harp, bird? Okay. Shan, tell us your favorite joke. My favorite joke? what do you call a bee that harvests milk? Puppies! Wait, fuck. Hold on, wait, I'm getting chased. What's this? Oh. Oh shit, I swapped it. Whoops. Oh my god, oh my god. Go through here. Okay. Shinobi heart bird. Yo. Shinobi heart bird. Thank you for the sound alerts, Yoshi. Thank you. Fucking Claire. Can you not run? You know what? Oh, run button. I'm fine. I am fine. I'm totally fine. Okay. Okay, we're in the safe zone. Alright. Damn, that zombie wants to kiss Claire so bad. I know, right? It's making me jealous. I want to kiss Claire. God damn. Alright, now I have this key. Handgun ammo. Large caliber handgun ammo. Okay. Should I bring the other gun then? Yeah, I'm gonna store this. Okay. First aid spray. Do I need any of these? No, I don't think so. I'm gonna keep one of you. Gun. Okay. You know what? We're gonna save. I mean, I would too. I mean, who doesn't? Look at her. Why is he always there? I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, I like Jill more than Claire. I don't know. Jill is she's the original gal, you know? And her outfit is so much more, you know? Oh, really? Oh my god, you're right! Thank you! I would say 2 guns in your inventory is better than 1. But I have like no space though. I have no space. I need to find a way to get more bags, more inventory. It's okay. I have luck. I have the power of God in anime, guys. You know?
Oh, shit.
Oh, God. Are you dead? Okay. I see what you like. Cultured lady, I like it. Oh, thanks. More ammo. Okay, am I missing anything here? Why is this still red? I'm missing something, right? Or no? No? Am I not forgetting anything? Okay, I'm just gonna leave. leave. Okay, now I'm here. Okay. What should I have to say that? Ada. You mean Ada Wong? Ada Wong is gorgeous too. Yes. Oh my goodness. You guys are never letting that go, huh? I was wondering who Ada Lee. Okay. For context, oh shit, wait! He's right behind me. For context, I accidentally called Ada Wong Ada Lee, and now everybody is like, oh, Ada Lee, oh, her name is Ada Lee now, and then everybody's calling her Ada Lee now, and I can't run away. I can't run away from it. Get away from me! She's so gorgeous. She forgot her real name. Hey, it's just it was a moment, okay? Oh god, this is the reason why I didn't go in here. Oh god. You deserve that smack by Mr. X. Cause you caught Ada Wong, Ada Lee. I'm sorry! So you walk into that punch. I know I did. It's okay. You know, karma. Karma's a bitch. I should have known better. Safe room. Oh my god. Okay, what do I have so far? Key. Oh wait, main hall. Okay. You know what? We're gonna save. We also named that trick on the bottom right Italy now. Italy. Oh, that's gonna haunt me forever. Oh god. Okay, we're gonna go down here. Wait. I'm gonna take a spray with me. I think I'm gonna die. Alright. So thank you for the like! Thank you! You gonna be watching me from the closet? Oh my god, you sussy? Oh wait, this is the basement, right? Alright. We go up. Painting in progress. Oh, I mean, no, but maybe. Alright. I'll be waiting. Okay. Gunpowder? Is he here? He is here! Oh my god. Okay. Focus, Shen, focus. Ah! Here. Gonna run. Okay. Go here. Open this room. Open? Oh, it's just this room. Okay. Is this safe? Where have I not gone yet? Okay, I need a key for this room. Have I gone? Floor 2? Library? Floor 2 library. 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 Oh, stop Shan bringing out the speedrun stress. I know, right? Cause I'm a professional gamer. You know? Okay, I am out of bullets. Damn, I should have brought that again. It's okay. That's a-okay. That's a-okay. In here? Where am I? I'm on the third floor? Did I miss the second floor? The shower room? Oh, okay, okay. Can I go back? I hear him. Oh my god, Claire, please walk. Okay. Okay. I told you I know how you go through ammo. I'm sorry. Okay. It's okay, I got this. Don't drop the soap in the shower room, shit. What if I do it on purpose? Oh, red book. Okay. I need this. A dagger. Okay, in here. And then second floor. Can I open? Is there a door on this side? There should be a door, right? This door? Okay. Pamphlet. Welcome to Raccoon City.
Turns a museum into a police station.
Locker room? Oh, not locker room. Lock. I open. And then second floor. There's a room here, the art room. And then stop going. Okay. And then his hand. I could do this. News. I could do combine. Okay. Put this here. And then I'll get the red emerald. Or not emerald, red ruby. Wrong gem. Okay. I could get rid of this. Oh my god, what the heck? Okay. Discard this, yes. Examine. Space. Okay. Yeah! Shit. Go on, Jill! Weapon key card. There's this. Okay, let's go, Jill! Stop! Stop! Please! No mistakes. Please! Can I get my knife back? Oh my god, Javier, welcome in! How are you? How is your day? How's your night going? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm like panicking a little bit here. Can I go here? Okay, nice. I'm back here. Yeah, playing RE2. Clears. Run. I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets. Stop! Oh my god. I'm out of bullets. Okay, what's the closest safe room? In here? Okay, main hall. Stairs, okay. Stop, please! In here? Is it in here? Oh my god. Okay, yes. Okay. In here? Over here? No, not in here. Over here? Okay. Nice. Nice. Okay. Take this. I'll take this too. Oh, I can put this away. I'll take this. And then store this. And I'll take this. A lot of work, but everything is fine. I'm dead tired. Oh my gosh! You should get some rest. You know, eat lots of food, drink lots of water, get lots of sleep. You know, take care of yourself. Shen's been having a grand time. Say hello to Mr. X. Yeah, he's so nice. He just wants to punch me. I see that you're doing well too. Yeah. Okay. Now I have a USB. And then here, let me save. And then I could go get the submachine gun. That's right. Where is it? Is it in here? Wait, I could go in here too. Hold on. Hold on. Oh. Reload. In here. Okay. This. Oh, new gun. Grenade launcher? Oh my god, my favorite. Okay. Oh my god, I'm strapped up. Oh my god, and this too. I forgot. Okay. Wait, there's a note here. I didn't know. Okay. This. Oh my god! Please go away. Okay. I'm here now. Okay. What is this? Handgun ammo? Store this for now. Undeveloped roll of film. I could take this. Oh my god, I already had dinner. I had a bed on and so on. I'm already in bed. I don't think I'll stay until the end because my eyes are closing, but I'll be here while I can. Everything's fine. That's good. That's okay, Javier. You should get some rest, you know? It is fine. We can't be here all the way, you know. As long as you drop by, it means a lot. You know what? Oh no, I'm not combined. I don't think I looked at this. No? Commemorative film? Can I develop it? Am I able to do that? Oh. Okay, I already did that. Alright. Okay, so I got this. I could get the other gun too, huh? Where's the other gun? Is it second floor? Second floor. Shower room? Okay. Okay. Yoshi, you are alive. Yep, Yoshi is alive. Second floor, shower room. I'm speed running. You know, I don't even bother killing these people anymore. Oh, my god! Wait, why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here? Come here, you. I'm gonna go around you. Come on. Okay. Wow, guys. Guys, I'm such a professional. Okay. Over here. In this room. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Put this here. Oh my god. So stupid, Damien. Okay, Yoshi. Okay, that was submachine gun. Nice, nice. What's this? Barry? Barry and Jill? Hold on. Letter to Stars members. To my bestest Stars bud. How are you all doing in that drab old station? Hanging in there against old irons? Me? I just got back from a date with a hot chick. Hey, yo! Bet you can guess what we got up to under her extra large umbrella. Oh my god, wait! Europe is amazing. 1 month is in no way enough to even scratch the surface. Maybe I'll extend my vacation for another 6 months. Barry, don't even think of coming to join me. Wouldn't want to make all the cute girls cry, yeah? So, you just leave the babes to me. Oh my god! Jill, if Claire tries to contact you, please let her know I'm okay. Chris Redfield. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's Chris! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This does not sound like Chris.
Wait, it doesn't sound like Chris? Wait, what happened to Chris? Did he get kidnapped? Wait, if that what? If that doesn't sound like Chris, then what happened to Chris? Oh my god. You're using the submachine gun because you're a sub? Yeah, I'm a sandwich. That's right. That's right. I'm a sandwich. Huh? I admit it. Okay. Can we reload this one in case? Crispy traveling Europe, getting some tail. Getting some tail. But what? Okay, but she said that she said it doesn't sound like Chris, so that means the letter is forged. Yeah. Oh no. Wait, oh my god. Wait. I need this, don't I? Damn! Damn. Can I drop this? I don't want to drop it though. Okay, where's the closest? Okay, I'm just gonna run back, put this in my in my chest and come back. Okay. Oh my god. I don't remember Chris having that attitude when I played through RE2. Yes, sandwich. That's what I meant. Yeah. I'm sorry, but would you bring your big brother to talk to you about getting laid and picking up chicks? I mean, I have no say in that. I mean, I don't know. What the heck? Okay, locker room. Over here. Alright. Oh wait, not here. Okay, I need a USB. In a normal brother-sister relationship, I should say no. Is it though? I mean, like, you know, every now and then my brother come up to me and ask if I know what a BBC is. Like, is that not normal? Should I be concerned? Come here. Oh, I missed.
You asshole.
Go in, Claire! Go in! Okay, I'm gonna put this away. Reload. Oh, is this not the ammo? Okay. Quick draw army. Okay, I'm gonna take this. 9mm. 9mm. Alright, alright. I'm ready, I'm ready. I'm ready, I'm ready. Let me save. Is the big brother gonna talk to his sister like, oh, I picked up this hot chick and took her to town at my place? I mean, I mean, if the siblings are close, I guess. Are we heading to Stepbro Convo now? I know, right? God, I'm falling asleep. I think I'll leave like because I can't stand it. You would, yeah, it's okay, Javier. Go ahead and like. You could like all you want. I will also be liking, so you better close your windows, close your doors. I mean, we can. Oh no! I ate all the zombies. Yoshi? Okay. In here, West office, Wrecker's room, shower room, hallway, library. I haven't gone over here yet. Fire escape. Oh, I can't even go over there. Hold on. Can I go over here? No, I need the book thingy here. Where's storage? Library, arts room. Okay, fire escape. 4-1. Fire escape. Basement. Should I go to the basement then? Okay.
Seriously?
Go away. Okay. It's right around the corner after all. You're right. What? He's right there. Okay. Sir, I do not appreciate you doing that, sir. In this room. Wrecker's room? Wait, can I go inside the Wrecker's room? No, I need a key, right? Okay. Over here. By the way, did you head back to the locker room and pick up the film reel? Oh, yes, I did. Okay. I'm just gonna ignore you, you licker. Go in! Okay. I'm just gonna ignore you too. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I got the film thingy. Oh wait, did I not do this one? Twas yummy. Yes. Take care of yourself and rest when you sleep. Close your doors, close your window, close your closet too. Thank you, Javier. Thank you. And the bathroom window too, just in case. Buenos noches, Shan bonita amigos. Thank you, Javier. Have a good night. Make sure you sleep well, okay? Have sweet dreams. Is that Claire? Yes, this is Claire. This is Claire indeed. Okay. The way out. Do I have to guess it now? Okay. 3. Damn. Am I able to guess it? Damn. You know what? I will come back. I will come back to this one. And then over here is the art room, fire escape. I need a crank here, don't I? Is it open? It is! Claire's my mommy? Simple? Oh, mommy Claire? What? Mommy Claire? need a... Yeah, I do. I need a little screw thingy. And then... Get out of here! Please don't come here, please. Is there a door here? No. Okay, fuck that. After. Simple? Did you just beat the game as Leon? Yeah, I did. I beat Leon's gameplay last time. And then now I'm doing Claire's gameplay. Okay. Did I go over here? I did, right? Yeah, this is where I was first at. Oh my god. And now I'm doing Claire's run through. No. Okay. Okay. East office. Fire escape. Oh my god, thank you for the bonk! Thank you! Small Shen? Did you just... Did you just edit my emotes? Small Shen. Okay. Am I missing something? A boiler room. How do I get to the boiler room? Oh, that's from the rooftop. That's right. How do I get to the rooftop? Oh yeah, I need to go here, right? Fire escape. Library. Main hall. This is the locker. There's a door here. I need a little crank majig thingy. How do I get to the library again? Library, second floor. Second floor. Oh! Nope. Okay. You still playing comp, Yoshi? Are you still playing comp? Ah! Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, Claire. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, Claire. Oh god. Claire. Oh god. Claire. Oh god. Claire. Oh my god. Claire. Oh god, Claire. No, we lost that one game to Switch. Oh. Oh, you're gonna end on the lose? You're gonna end on the loss, huh, Yoshi? Okay. I need this thingy. I go up. We named that Twicker Ada Lee. It's so real. Ada Lee. Okay, now I'm back here. And then... Thoughts on Claire Shen? I think... Honestly, I think I'm a Jill. I'm a Jill lover. Ada Twerkly. Ada Wong, guys. Ada Wong. This is bored. I might as well take it. Oh, anything here? Anything here? Anything? This is the hallway? The locker? Okay. You know who I love? I'll play again later, Shen. Okay. Lara Croft? Who's Lara Croft? Who is Lara Croft? Is she in 3 or 4? Yoshi leaving? I mean, I won't end on a loss tonight. Ooh, okay. Okay, sir. Yeah, we don't end on a loss, you know? Never back down, never what, huh? Okay. And here, safety deposit room. West office. Okay. I could go.
Oh no!
Why do you shout? Clear! Holy damn! I didn't think the explosion would be that big. Okay. Okay, do I have notes for this one? Leon's memo. Okay, Leon, notebook page, scrapbook, letter to stars, internal. Relocation notice, heat resistant 3, number combination safe. Is it this one? Move to stars office 4-2, west office 1. Okay. Left 9, right 15, left 7. 9, 15, 7. 9, 15, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I do it wrong? Is that not the right one? Left 9, right 15, left 7. Stars office 2, west office 4-1. This is west office 4-1. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh fuck! I keep going the wrong direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay! Okay! More... more storage? Tomb Raider. Oh! Lara Croft is from Tomb Raider. Not gonna lie, I love her too. She's so hot. The Shen. For real, not no Lara Croft. Okay, I haven't played Tomb Raider. See, that's right. That's why, okay? Okay, some of the ones I played with the old ones, so they were pixelated. She was really fire on the 2013 Tomb Raider game though. Oh. Shed more storage for your bullshits. Thanks, huh? Thank you. Can I go to the deposit room? I could, right? Yeah, newer Tomb Raider were great. Is it actually? I've only seen like one game of it though, of Tomb Raider. And I think it's like the popular one, like the most popular one. Oh, shit. Can I close this one? I go here. Ah! Oh my god! You little rat! Okay, I don't have a key for this. Go on. Run clear. Fuck. Oh my god, good job, Claire. Nice. Alright. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Kayla, have you ever played the 2013 one? The game was great. Never played it, just seen the gameplay of it. Small Shen. Only one Terraria game, Shando? I thought you were a player. Okay, I'm a player, but with women. I was a Nintendo kid though, guys. I was a really big Nintendo kid. Okay, get out of the way! Get out of the way! Wait, knife? Wait, go here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Oh my god! Oh my god! He's like in mid punch right now. He's in mid punch. Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Don't deserve my presence, but I ain't here to bother you anyways. Welcome in, mommy. Welcome, welcome. I've only played Uncharted 3. Oh, now good night. Good night, Bones. Good night, Mom. Have a good night. I open tomorrow. Me sad. Oh, make sure you close your doors, close your windows, close your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk, mommy. All right. Have a good night. Make sure you get lots of rest, drink lots of water, and like, you know, eat medicine. Alright. Oh, okay, I'm back from the closet. Oh, welcome back, Itoshi. Welcome, welcome. What did I miss? Me. I think you missed me. Riz sheesh. Shen paused. I'm about to get her shit rocked. I am. Mr. X is right here. Literally about to punch me right now. Shen, Lara Croft can take Mr. X. Really? Okay, I know nothing about Tomb Raider. Isn't she like a temple like a temple runner or something? I don't know. Like she's like a scientist. Am I right? I don't know. Hey, stop making fun of my dog bark. He's waking me up. What? Am I making fun of your dog barking? Good night, Mom. Is Shinobi gonna get back right now? Yeah. Yeah. I'm ready. Watch. I'm ready. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. I'm dead. Ah, shit. Run, Jill, run. Shit. Run, Jill, run. Why is that door locked? Run, Jill, run! Oh, Jill! Sorry! Claire, run! Claire! Sorry, guys. I'm getting intense trauma from Jill. Okay. Oh my goodness. My bad. My bad. Whoops. I mean, guys. I didn't say Jill. You guys heard it wrong. I said Claire. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm never getting away from this. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. I don't know what you guys talking about. Haha, what are you guys talking about? Jill who? I don't even know a Jill. Who's Jill? I only know Claire. Oh my goodness. Jill, Clairefield. Shen don't know names. I'm sorry. I got the RE1 trauma, okay? Thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Yoshi. Thank you. Okay, I spent like hours yelling at Jill that like it triggered. It triggered, guys. It triggered. Okay. So Ada Lee and Jill Clearfield be new canon names. No, guys. It was it was a joke. Haha. Gotcha. Haha. Ha ha ha. It was a joke. Oh no, this is gonna haunt me. Oh god. Oh god. This is gonna haunt me. Oh god. Oh god. Ha ha ha. I am so happy. Ha 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 ha. Did I save? Oh, I must save. Jokes, he said. Yeah, it's a joke. Guys. Oh, lion statue. Oh my god, good thing I'm right here. Crown, torch, bird. Okay. Crown, torch, bird. Crown, torch, bird. Joke, she said. Stop running from your mistakes, Shinobi. Oh god. It's not. It was a joke. Haha, guys, got you. Yeah, surprise. Not yet. Oh no, chaos. What clip? I don't know what clip you're talking about. Haha. Okay, crown, torch, bird. Crown, torch, bird. Okay, there we go. Come here. Oh my god, this gun is loud as heck. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, chaos, please! Please, my image, my dignity, please. Oh no, my first impression is like ruined. Now everybody thinks I'm a dumbass. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. The way you say anally. I'm sorry, okay? Like I said it so like excitedly and like I like shut up. I shut up the second I said it. I'm not even kidding. I shut up the second I said it. And like, you know, I was hoping none of you guys heard it. Okay? Oh my god. And then, Jesus, I hate you guys. Okay, unicorn statue. Unicorn statue? Where was the unicorn statue at? Okay, I did this one. I did this one. Letter to stars. Okay, portable save instruction. Okay. Okay. Alright. Where have I not gone? Fire escape. Can't go there. Haha. Down the stairs. Um, East office. I could go there again. Okay. As you can tell, we definitely heard it. Can't wait to hear new names. What new names, guys? There's only a Claire Redfield, a Jill, and a Leon Kennedy, and a Chris, and a Barry, and a Ada Wong. Yeah, I don't know what new names you're talking about, guys. Are you down? 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 Wait, shit. Jesus! Dude is about to be in here. Is that everything? Oh, ammo. Where's the ammo? Oh wait, Jill. Oh, okay. Oh, this. Okay. We're moving away now. Ada Wong who? Ada Wong, the hot Asian lady from Resident Evil 2. No? It's Ada Alicia. Let me get your names right. I'm right. I am right. It's Ada Wong. Haha. Haha. Guys. Shen, do you know Jill's last name? Oh, Jill Valentine? See, I remember. It gotta be sandwich. Jill Valentine. See? Oh, fuck! Oh my goodness. Can't believe I fell. You're wrong, it's Jill Sandwich. No, it's Jill Valentine. Guys. Say you fell because it's wrong. Wow. You guys, all of you guys think you're so funny, huh? Oh my god. Okay. I gotta focus! Guys, I gotta focus. Down the stairs. Okay, I got this entire area. Oh wait, there's a map here. There's a map here. Did I go here? I went here? Oh wait, I did! Okay. This is where I got attacked, that's right. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go all the way back to the room where I almost died. Okay, what about Wesker's full name? I think it's Wesker's Wesker's the backstabber. Wesker's the backstabber. Yeah. Waiting for him to go away. Why? Okay, why is it this game? He's like so much quicker. Okay. Albert Weskers? Is he gonna turn around? Moving on, what is Barry's last name? Barry the fruit. Barry the liar. Oh shoosh. Oh shoosh. Okay. Library, library, library. Library is this way, right? Nope. This way. Nope. This way. Nope. This way. This way. Jill. This way. I'm not Jill. This way, Claire. This way. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I said Claire. I said Claire, guys. I said Claire. Can I open this? No. Go up. Barry Burton. His name is Burton? Oh my god. I'm an RE fan and normally I get triggered. But you're way too funny. Thank you. I let Mr. X smack you instead. Thanks. Well, lucky for you, I'm a masochist. Ha 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 ha. I love getting beat up. Alright. I think I have to go to the basement. Because I haven't been there yet. Man, Shen doesn't know anyone's name. I'm sorry. Hey, it's the dot that matters, you know? You know, it's the dot that matters. Okay, did I go here? Can I make this room? How did I go downstairs? It's over here. Okay. Okay. Got it. I think I got it. Shenbing is saucy. Ooh, Shenbing. Saucy. What's new? Okay. Run, Claire, run, Claire. Okay. Okay. One day our names are gonna be mixed as well. The thought that matters and hasn't given it any thoughts. Ito Chaos and Dark Toshi. Hey, that's kind of funny, you know? That's kind of funny. I wouldn't be surprised. Whoops. Okay. Oh, I think I went the wrong way. First floor? First floor. Where is he? You be weird. You be weird. Come up here. Come on. Come on. Okay. I get called dark a lot. Yeah. I think I'm like the only one who calls chaos. Chaos. Yeah. I was like the only one who called chaos, and then everybody else started calling chaos, and like it became a chaos thing now, and yup. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need bullets. Oh, Drac? I'm sorry, guys. I cannot read. I cannot read. Oh my god. I'm going insane. I'm crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room full of rats. And I hate rats. Because rats makes me crazy. Haha. Shen, have you ever played Mortal Kombat? Yeah, of course. Yeah. I love fighting games. I used to play them a whole bunch. Yeah, I was a really big Tekken fan. Well, not that big, but like I played it a whole lot. Yeah. Okay, I can't go here. People from the US call me Chaos, and people from overseas call me Dark. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Okay, the basement is a dead end. Break room, fire escape. How do I get here? Floor 2? I need a crank for this room. It's safe for this room. Main hall. Library. I need a jack. I'm jacking it. Oh, the unicorn is in this room. Okay. I'm dumb. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay. I'm dumb. Okay. I'm dumb. Okay. Oops. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Where the heck am I? Floor 3? Floor 1? Okay. Go all the way back. All the way back to the main hall. Library. Okay. I know where to go now. I know where to go now. Oh snap! Tia is on this map in Dibido. Really? Oh my god! Not gonna lie, I hate Dibido on this map. Like it's so complicated. Unless you play Resident Evil, then you kind of know the map layout. But like, it's such a hard map. Do you remember the guy in the red shirt in MK in Mortal Kombat? Terry? Are you talking about Terry? Or Ryu? What the fuck? Why is he there? Why is he there? Can I trick him into coming up here? Oh my god! But she's playing Nemi. She's playing Nemesis. Oh my god! What? That's crazy. Oh shoot! Street Fighter. I don't know why I'm thinking of Street Fighter, guys. I'm actually going insane. Oh my god, guys. I'm actually going insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm actually going insane. Oh my god. I need some water. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, guys. I'm crazy. I'm crazy! Oh my god. I'm losing my memory. Oh god. You know, oh god, my dog. Jesus Christ. I'm crazy, guys. See, now I don't want to stream anymore. Okay, we got the two couples, the little the weight thingy. I don't know what you call that. Two couples, this thingy. Is it gonna work? Okay, there we go. Alright, now I got the unicorn medallion. Woohoo! 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 Woohoo. Come here! Come here, buddy! Come here! Oh god. Next she's gonna say Mario and Zelda. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Fuck. Nuh-uh. Okay, I know Zelda. I know Mario. Those are like some of my favorite games. Oh my goodness. Nice dodge. Never mind. Whoops. I did a whoopsies. Oh god. Am I speedrunning this game? Holy shit. Half of the stuff I didn't even find yet. Out of the way, please. Okay. Go here. Gunpowder. Hold on. I need this. Yeah. Can I save? Okay. Nice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. He can't come here, right? Oh my god. Okay. Acid rounds. High grade gunpowder. Oh wait. Okay. I could do this. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Combine with this. Okay. Combine with this. No. Wait. I gotta put it back. Store. Okay. Green herb, red herb. Take this out. Combine with this. Okay. Store this. Alright. You know, I'm doing good. I'm doing great. The time Ryu was in Mortal Kombat. Guys, you guys are so funny. Oh my goodness. You're in the no-no zone? You can use the USB. Don't get kicked out. Oh yeah, you're right. For the bash thingy, right? Oh no, the bash thingy, the upgrade gun thingy, right? Wait, do I gotta close it though? Okay. Well, I'm gonna save again. Just in case. Okay? There we go. Now I gotta find a way out. Alright! I'm like when Ryu uses the kill over here move. Okay, Yoshi. Okay, buddy. Okay. Yes. Hadouken. Hadouken. You guys are so funny, huh? You guys are so funny, huh? Wait, what's under here? Anything? Can I go here? Nope. Oh, here we go. Alright, silencer. What is this for though? Is it for my grenade? Can I take this back? Okay. Go up. Oh, when he uses the ice clone. Hi. Oh, welcome in, one and only Mr. X. Oh, Mr. X? Oh my god, get out of here! I'm just kidding. Don't leave, please. I'm sorry. So welcome in. How are you? How's your day? MQ11. MQ11. What is the MQ? Oh, okay. This one. Alright. I can store this. And then my grenade launcher. There you go. Oh my god, that reminds me of when Chun-Li summons lightning. I'm good. That's great. That's great. Yeah. Today I'm doing RE2 gameplay of Claire. It's my first time playing Claire. I finished my first gameplay with Leon, so this is gonna be my second. Well, technically second gameplay, but first gameplay with Claire.
Hello? Hello?
Who are you? Oh, I don't have any bullets. Okay. This is the boss battle, right? Oh no? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, when Zane Greaves throws the sharp hat. A or B? 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 Oh, that's the daughter, right?
It's okay.
That's the
I
daughter.
promise. Do you need help?
Alright, Shinobi, what is the name of the monster you will fight soon?
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
see, the problem is that
Why?
we never established what his name was.
It's right behind.
Haha. So I don't know. I said that right? I forgot his name. I forgot his name. The scientist that injected himself. Okay. Bullshit, we did it. I told you multiple times. Okay, Chaos, I think you forgot. I have a small brain. I have a tiny brain, okay? Okay, I'm gonna take this. Grenade, combine. Did I even bring the right gun for that? Oh god. Can I even kill him with this? Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. I don't even think I don't. Oh my god. Shit. Oh my god. Come here. Come here. Where's your eyeball, sir? Oh my god. I have to reload. Oh my god. Burn! I don't even think I brought the gun. I didn't even brought. Oh my god, I didn't even brought the right gun. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm reloading, I'm reloading, I'm reloading! Come here, you! Easy win, right? Easy win? Hopefully I don't run out of bullets. If I run out of bullets, then I'm over. I'm over. Come here. Did I miss? Oh my god. Shit! It's a dead! Ah! Oh my god. Okay. Hello? His name Bowser? His name is not Bowser! I know how Bowser looks like, okay? Stop! Oh god. Oh god. Come here. Come here, sir. Oh my god. I'm gonna run out of bullets. I didn't even brought the right gun. Which gun is this? Okay.
Shit. Where is it?
Okay, okay. He's behind the dinghy, I know. He's gonna jump here. Oh? W Claire? Oh my god! Come here, you little B-word, come here. Come here! Run, Claire, run! Oh shit! I need to reload. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come here. Buddy? Buddy? Where did you go, buddy? Where did you go? Oh! Are you kidding me? Oh my god, oh my god. Only have one bullet! Come here. Okay, okay, I have no more bullets. Hold on. Do I have ammo? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Quit. Where are you? Where is you at? Where is you at? Oh god. Oh god! Ah! Oh god, guys! I just wasted all my bullets, but it was worth it. Easy, right? See, easy. First try. What can I say? I'm a crack gamer, you know? I'm a crack gamer. You know what's funny? The right weapon for him is knife. Like no joke. Is it actually a knife?
It's safe now.
It's something that Shinobi would name. Not gonna lie. You can just knife that boss. Really? What? Like actually? Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm too scared for that. I'm
Everything's
too much
fine.
of a, kitty cat.
You just need to lower that ladder for me.
She actually didn't die.
Will you help me find my mom?
And kill him in 30 seconds?
Your mom is down there.
What? What?
So,
I wasted so much bullets. Oh my god. Yeah, but she wasted all her flame grenades.
Yeah.
Shit, you gave him a pink eye with that flash. Then Plant Monster later gonna be rough. Oh. You're right. I forgot about them. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Guys, it's okay. I have amazing luck. You know? Amazing luck. Did I grab everything? Let me go grab that. A piece of herb. It's okay. Ha ha ha. It's just, it's my strat. Okay, now where's the ladder? Right here. Resident Evil logic. No more bullets. It's okay. It's okay. Also, welcome in, Saint Carrot. Welcome. How is your day? How are you? Also, Shen, his name is Birkin. Oh, that's right! Birkin! That's right. William... William Bowser. Yeah. It's been trend since Resident Evil 4. OGM 9 secretly deals lots of ouchies to boss monsters.
she works
What?
She's
I didn't know.
important new medicine.
Umbrella? That big pharmaceutical company?
My mom's always at work. I don't get to see her much.
Well, hopefully you'll get to see her again soon.
Wait, are they together? Is this the blonde lady's daughter too? Like, we know that it's Birkin's daughter, right? Are they together? Wait!
So where?
Oh my god. Also, I'm doing good. I woke up at like 5 p.m. Yeah. I made some like chicken alfredo. I ate food. I started stream. Yep, that's basically what happened. Okay, I don't need this. I need this though. Right?
Means we've got something in common, and that's a
There you
good thing,
go.
right?
She's stuck with you. You can just kill bosses with knife. Oh. Oh my god. You know, I'm gonna try that next boss. But if I lose, then I'm blaming you. That's Annabelle the demon, Shen? Annabelle the demon? I love... Oh. Demons. You finished Leon's side already, right? Yeah, I did. So now I'm doing Claire's run. Pasta? Yo, yeah, pasta! I made some chicken alfredo.
Here.
So good, so good. Chicken alfredo, one of my favorite foods.
Over there.
Knife plus flashbang would do. Flashbangs. Squishy shoes. Oh, nice hole. Oh my god, is that first name John Cantators?
Damn it.
Welcome in. How are you, John? How was your day?
Here, come help.
Are we just gonna lift it? Okay, I was about to say, if they could just lift it,
Sure
then
this is the way?
what was the point of Leon running around trying to find a key card?
I've been looking everywhere for you, Sherry. Brave little girl to leave your house in the middle of this mess.
Oh my god. Wait.
On the ground, hands behind your head.
You can't be serious.
On
What the
ground.
heck?
Now.
Yo, it's me. Hello. First name first name John
Sorry.
Cantators.
Tie her
Oops.
hands.
Sorry.
Why are you doing this?
Shut up. Tie her.
Did Claire really just ask a kid to help her? Yeah,
Okay,
she
then.
did.
You tie her up now, or she dies.
Oh my god. Was that tiny string? What is that? Zip ties?
Child endangerment for starters.
Leon's a cult formalities, you know? Oh, you're right. He followed the rules.
Come here.
What are you
Oh
gonna
my
do?
god.
None of your fucking business.
So does that mean Claire's a
God, my brother
bad
stars
girl?
Sherry, get over here.
I don't know why, but that kick was
What's your
kind
name?
of funny.
What's your fucking name?
Claire!
Now, say
Myra has
goodbye
been
to
letting
Claire.
himself go. Lately, damn.
You better be taking me to my mom.
Absolutely.
That's funny. Oh
Stop hurting her, please.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
Stop.
God.
Let me go.
Oh man, liver.
Obviously, nobody.
Oh my liver. Out my liver.
Oh, yes, we will.
Let me go.
Wait, it's open now.
I'll get you, you fucker!
Hey yo, who is he? Why is he kidnapping her? Like, did he work with Umbrella Corp?
Stay safe, Sherry.
That's Chief Irons, by the way. Wait, is it Chief Irons the bad guy?
Key card first.
Or is he just like holding her hostage because she's the daughter of the lady from Umbrella? What? What? Wait, or is Chief Irons like, is he a bad guy? Like, was he the one, like like, is he like the traitor? Iron Brains? Oh shit, I read that wrong. Iron Bryans.
Must be where that guy came from.
Oh my goodness. Is Mario Shen? Mario. Okay, I got the map.
Bastard is the police chief?
Police chief. That's crazy. What? Iron Brains? No, Iron Bryans. I'm losing my mind, guys. What do you think, Shen? Oh, maybe. I don't know. Express elevator to chief's office, not for general news. Okay. The power is off too. Bad guy is an understatement. Oh. Okay, so I gotta figure it out. Okay. We got the whole family. Fucking Ada Lee. I'm embraced. Okay, John, you should have been here earlier. I called Claire Jill. Yeah, earlier I called Claire Jill and I was like, fucking Jill, fucking Jill. It was so bad. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Like Jill could be Peach and Claire could be Daisy. We should. And we'll make shit suffer. Stop it, guys. Jill Clairfield. Alright. You guys are horrible. Joe Redfield. Ooh, well worn key. I don't even know what the key is for. I don't even think I used it once when I was doing Leon's run. Yes, the Redfield bloodline will be continued. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, I got everything in here. Oh my god, chaos! Ada Lee and Jill Clairfield. You guys are horrible people. You guys are so horrible. I hate all of you. Oh no. Damn, I can't do this anymore. Hey y'all! Oh my god, is that Ryu? Welcome in, Ryu! How are you? It's been so long! How is your day? How have you been? Pink? Oh, do I have a gun out? Oh my god. Oh my god, what, she's gonna start calling Leon Squall? Squall? Because of his hair. I hear a freaking thingy here. Okay. Is it in here? Oh my god. She's just embarrassed. That's so sweet of you, Shin. I love you too. Thanks, John. Thank you. How are you doing, Shannon? I'm doing great. I've been doing really good. I've been like, my sleep schedule has been really shit though. Yeah. Like, I sleep in the day and then, you know what? I'm just gonna go back. We can come back later. Yeah. Leon Redfield Lee. I've been pretty good since we last talked to each other. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Yeah. It's just life has been but like streaming has been, you know, killing me. Cause it's some of these people, you know. I'm like losing my mind a little bit. Damn, I have to go in there? I don't want to go in there though. Damn. Okay. I guess we're going in there. Now should call him James or something? Look at that booty. Okay, which room was it? Was it over here? Okay, I have to silently walk past, right? Quiet. Quiet walk. Oh god, oh god. No. Shh, quiet. Everybody be quiet, everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet. No. Go on. Okay, okay. Just been working a lot and have a wife that came out of nowhere, but I'm enjoying life. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was watching your It Takes Two stream. Ryu. It was very funny. Are you really good? Yeah, I'm really good. I'm doing great. I'm not getting like bullied or anything. But it feels great. Okay, can I open this? There you go. I got receipts. Are you sure it's not yourself doing that? Yeah, I'm sure. Are you dead? Are you dead? Please be dead. Please be dead. Please be dead. Stop getting back up. You dead? Okay. Okay. Here you go. Maple Story class. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you so much. No, it's okay. It's no problem. It's no problem. I'm always looking, guys. You know. Yeah, I'm always looking in people's stream. Because, you know, I can't sit in silence. If I sit in silence, then I'm gonna go mental, like, actually. Okay. Alright, nothing here. Go. Oh, nice. Is this room? Yeah, this room. Is this room, like, bad? There's nothing here, right? Nothing? Okay. So, you know, I'm a bit of a bully. You just won't let me do it with money? Because I don't need money. I don't need money. Wait, I could combine this, though. This. Combine this with this. And I got this. Anything here? No? Nothing? Am I missing something? Huh. So thank you for the lurk! Yeah, go in the closet again. Have fun in the closet. Thank you for the lurk. Alright. I don't know what that but it sounds so cool, homie. This room. Was it this room the one I closed? Am I supposed to like search her? Nothing? Can I push this? Why is her mouth open? She doesn't have anything, right? Oh shoot! There's a key here? Oh shoot! I didn't even see this. Okay. Uh-oh, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Okay, let me reload first. Let me reload first. Let me reload first. Let me reload first! Bye! Oh god. Okay. Let me reload. I'm reloading. Hold on, guys. I'll be back. Alright, bye. I'm back, guys. Sorry, somebody was knocking on my door. RIP? What do you mean RIP? Oh my god. god. Man, the RE cast gotta be big for all those herbs. Do you think they have stoner talks with each other? Ooh. Actually? I don't know. You think Claire is a stoner? Fuck. Okay. Oh shit! That's right! I need a crank! I never got a crank! Fire range. I never got a crank! That's right! Oh my god. Should I go back? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I'm making a run for it. I'm making a run for it. No, no, no. Ah! Fuck. Go in. Go in. Why is there another one here? Hold on. You gotta be kidding me! Why is there another one? Okay. Oh my god. She's pumped for not pausing her game. Such a youngin. That was Itoshi looking at your door. Oh my god. A little creepy. Alright, I'm gonna go back. And no, we're gonna look for a crank. Yeah, haha. First, let me save. Alright, where have I not gone? I still haven't got the clove, like the clove key. The green key. Kind of rushed over here though. What am I missing? Wait, did I go in here? I did not. Nothing? Green herb. Okay. Machinery room. Oh my god. What's with the obsession with cranks in RE games? I don't know. Don't you just like wonder like if they closed it? Like why would you like put the like the key to open it like super far away and hide it? You know? Like in case of like emergencies like this? Like it's so inconvenient. Okay, now how do I get back? How do I get back? Ladder? What? Can I not go back anymore? That's where I came from, right? Cross? No way. No way. Can I not go back? Wait, guys, can I not go back? Can I not go back anymore? How do I get back? Can I not go back? Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, wait, I could. Wait, I'm dumb. Wait. Carefully? With keycords and electronics? Wait, I can't go back anymore! Wait, no! Damn! Because I need to move that platform, but it won't let me move it anymore. Damn! Can I move this? Damn! Damn! Oh my god! Oh my god, guys! Oh my god! Did I like soft locked myself? This shotgun handle as a crank. Wait, can I? I don't think I could. Alright. Let's see. Wait, did I go up here? Up here's the where we went. Okay, there's only 2 ways I could go. Let me go over here. Okay. Creators must have a fetish for locks. Oh wait! Wait. W? They would die in IKEA. I'm cooking in Letter League. Oh, you're playing Letter League? W? How is Letter League? Or are you winning, son? GM79. Okay, and I also have this purple herb. Okay, let me put some stuff away. How do I put stuff away? I mean, the monster is literally like in there, right? Oh wait, can I just go down here? Okay. What do I not need? I don't need this. I'll combine this with this. Store this. Should I take this with me? Should I? And then I don't think I need this. I don't think I need this either. What is this? Handgun ammo? For this gun? Okay. And then should I keep this? I'm gonna keep it. I'll take this too. Green herb, mixed herb. Oh wait. Okay, I'll take this. Okay. Going back up. Handy gun. Yes, a handy gun. A gun that is very handy. Or a gun that belongs to a person named Handy. Then it'll be Handy's. Handy's guns. Okay, purple herb. GM79. Do I have that? GM79? Oh, here. Okay. Wait, that mean I could carry more ammo then? Or no? No? Oh no, it just gives me a better like crosshair. I guess. Blue herb. I'm gonna put that away. Gun these. Do some finger guns while saying that. Like me. You want me to finger bang? I could finger bang, guys. I think I'm pretty pro at it. Oh my god. BBC made launcher now? BBC made a launcher. BBC. Little does she know, when she knows the elevator, it would take it back up with the item box. Does it? What? Wait, the elevator takes me to like the main, like the police station, right? Right? Oh my god, yeah, I bet you are. Yup. Where am I? Have I been here before? Chief's office. Wait, secret door? Secret door? Copies of email to Chief's Iron. Please, Chief Iron. As thanks to your unwavering support, I have deposited a small sum into your account to use as you see fit. I hope I can count on you to maintain surveillance over your subordinates, especially the one who survived that mansion. Oh my god, the mansion? Jill, Chris, and Barry? And I guess Weskers. Get rid of them, you must. WB. WB? Who's WB? Police Chief Irons. I ran into some trouble with Umbrella headquarters. It's the suits wants to make the fruit of my research away. But don't worry, this will all blow over soon. You will just keep doing what I tell you to do and everything will be alright. Police Chief Irons. You are up to the security around my lab. Your muscleheads are to shoot any suspicious person on sight. Doesn't matter if they kill them or even if they're Umbrella employees. What? I'm so close to completing G. G? And no asshole is gonna get in my way. WB. Police Chief Irons, get your shit together and do your fucking job! I told you, I need more security in the sewers! Don't you know how critical of a time this is for me? As for the money, I can pay you wherever once I take over, but not before. Why don't you get that? Never forget how expendable you are, WB. Who's WB? Warner Brothers? Warner Brothers, 1 star gone. William Birkin. Oh, that's right, William Birkin. Oh my god. Why didn't oh my god. Did you even try? Wesker died for now? He didn't die? Wait, last time we saw Wesker, he like disappeared. Right? Chief Iron. Ironic, cause he's big. Oh my goodness! Oh yeah, item box right here. I run these. I run these. I run these nuts across your face. Haha. Oh my goodness. Oh, more ammo? Is that everything in this room? Should I take this? No, I'ma store it. Okay, a heart key for this door. I should have named him I Eat. That is terrible. Oh my god, that's such a terrible joke. Okay. We're over here. Private collection room. Okay. Wait. Let me go back. And put some stuff away. You still laugh though? You know, I laugh because I'm a horrible person. Alright guys. I'm a terrible person. Okay, I am a terrible human being, alright? You know, I'm admitting it, I'm not a good person, okay? Okay, I need 2 electronic pieces. For what? What do I need? Oh, a badge! Okay. Okay, a letter. Repair shop letter. From a description regarding the electronic lock on the door in the police chief office, it sounds like something needs replacing. You will need some power panel parts to fix the issue. Unfortunately, a repairman from one of our stores is at the station to repair the bell in the clock tower. Oh, the guy, but the clock tower again? We sent a few spare parts to him and reported that he left one in the third floor east storage room. If something goes wrong or you need more than one, please don't hesitate to seek him out on the clock tower. Okay. Oh! Heart key? Oh, wrong button. Okay. Oh my god. Anything else in here? Okay. This is a shocker of the year. That dude probably locked the kitchen as soon as the zombie outbreak happened. No wonder. That's terrible. That is a terrible statement. Oh my goodness. That is a terrible statement. Oh wait, we're back here. Wait, this is the door, it's the crank. Okay. We go up here? Up here? Your message got blocked, John. Why did these fuckers store stuff in the farthest distant possible? Yeah, I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, why would you do that? It's so like inconvenient. You know, you're doing more trouble for everyone else. Okay, can I go in here? How much space do I have? Zero. Zero space. Zero space. Please go away. Are you not gonna die? Okay. Oh shit, I've been using the... E? Oh my god, he melted. Are you still alive? Mr. X is gonna show up here, right? I have a feeling. And then purple herb. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't have room. I don't have room. I don't have room. Oh my god. You're still here? Yeah, I'm still here. I mean, Miss, I'm doing Claire's run. Yeah. This is Claire's run. Also, welcome in, Miss. How are you? How are you? How is your day? Blue herb. I could put this away. I'm gonna put this knife away. Wait, I didn't look at this. Okay. Here you go. They wanted Chief Irons to be more healthy. Shinobi must like zombie barbecue. I mean, you know. I guess. Large gear. Oh. Everything in this room. Well, it's acid, ma'am. You're right. You're right. I didn't think it would be like that powerful though. Alright. How many times has she died? You know what? 0. I have died 0 times. Actually. Actually. I'm just that good. I'm just that good, you know? Okay. And then another knife. Go here. Go here. This is not the door I came from. Oh. Is it this door? Okay. She hasn't died yet, but she did call Claire Jill. I'm sorry. How many names has she messed up? She said Ryu was in Mortal Kombat. I'm sorry. My bad. Ha ha ha. Huh? Damn. Damn. I am. You guys don't know how embarrassed I am. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. I have water here. Wow, I love H2O. It tastes so good. Yeah, amazing. My favorite drink. I would drink it every day if I could. I love it so much. I have receipts. Shakes head and I'm sorry, miss. Hey, you know, at least I'm trying. Her next stream title is gonna be like Silent Hill gameplay with Claire. Nuh-uh, guys, nuh-uh. Should I take this? Yeah, I'm just gonna take it. Oh, I'm in the roof. Okay. I'm gonna take this. Alright. I'm gonna go back here. Alright. Before I do that. Imagine Ryu decapitating people with shurikens. This is like Celebrity Monster Mash. Oh, wait. I wasn't trying to go all the way down here. Okay. Like chest. Put this here. Put this here. Blue, 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 blue. Green, green. Oh. Could do this. Combine with this. Store this. Key. Key. You know what? I'm gonna put this away. Large gear, green herb, submachine gun ammo, flash grenade. Okay. Alright. I think I'm pretty set. Yeah. Should I go down? 4-3. I don't want to go to the balcony yet, so I'm gonna go down here. I like it, but I think she should do Silent Hill with Lara Croft and call Claire Jill the whole time. No, guys, you guys are trying to embarrass me. Okay, I could open this. No, not examine news. Just to message everyone. This is like unintentional ARG. Oh my goodness. Oh. Let me out. Let me out. Oh my god. Portable safe. Okay guys, we're gonna solve this. Okay. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Okay. This one's the third one. This one's the fourth one. And then this one's that one. This one's that one. Which one? This. Okay, okay. This. Okay, this. 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 Which one did I press again? This. Okay, this one. This one. Okay, this one. 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 Was it this one? This one? This one? Wait, which one's that one? Okay, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Huh? Okay, this one, this one, this one, this one. Okay, this one, this one, this one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This. This one. This one. This one. This one. Not this one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Okay, I don't know why I keep clicking this one. I don't know why. Wait, oh my god. Wait, this one. Okay, this one. This one. This one. This. What? What? Okay. Okay, this one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Which one was it? Which one was it again? This one. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, this one, this one, this one. And then this one? No, okay, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, I think it's this one. Wow, and it took me like 10 seconds. Oh my goodness. Spirit point, noise.
You suck.
Thank you. Also, welcome, man. Read this. You smell. Welcome. Probably was 3 minutes. Shen, this is you. Oh, what is that? Is that a YouTube video? Are you showing me a YouTube video right now? Oh my god. I don't know. What video is that? Now I gotta see. What is this? Substitute teach. Oh! I love Key and Peele,
All right,
guys.
listen up, y'all. I'm y'all substitute teacher, Mr. Garvey. I taught
Hey,
school
Ron,
for 20 years in the
I love
inner city,
Key and Peele.
so don't even think about messing with me.
Definitely Shen,
feel
eh?
Okay, take roll
Oh
here.
my goodness.
Jay Quellen.
Read this, you gotta say ooh.
Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here?
Another one. Thank you for the redeems, guys.
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Okay.
Damn,
So
you're
that's
someone
awesome.
who messes up names always.
No,
That was
but-
fast. Thank
Okay,
you,
man.
thank you. Firefox
Come
user?
on, Jaquan.
Okay, to be fair, I only use Firefox
Balake.
for stream. Okay, for streaming,
Balake
okay?
at?
Okay.
No Balake
Key and
here
Peele is
today.
great. I love them. I love Key and Peele.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Aaron.
My name's Blake.
Dude, I love the Master Chef
Are
one
you out of
so
your
much.
goddamn mind?
Ooh, woo.
What?
That's
wanna
so
go
Shen
to
act
war,
too when we call her out about
You could go
Italy.
to war. I'm for real.
You're right,
I'm
you're
for
right.
real.
Alright, guys.
So you better
I'm gonna
check
let this
yourself.
play while I go use the bathroom. So I will BRB.
D-nice.
BRB.
Is there a D nice? If one of y'all says some silly ass name, this whole class is gonna feel my wrath. Now, D nice.
Do you mean Denise?
Son of a bitch. You say your name right. right now.
Denise.
Say it right.
Denise.
Correctly.
Denise.
Right.
Denise.
Right.
D-nice.
That's better. Thank you. Now, Ron, where are you? Where is Ron right now? No Ron, huh? Well, you better be sick, dead, or mute, Ron.
Here. Oh, man.
Why didn't you answer me the first time I said it, huh?
Huh?
I'm just asking you. I said it like 4 times. So why didn't you say it the first time I said Ron?
Because it's pronounced Aaron?
Son of a bitch! You done messed up, Ron. Now take your ass on down to Oshag Hennessy's office right now and tell him exactly what you did.
Who?
Oshag Hennessy.
Principal O'Shaughnessy?
Get out of my goddamn classroom before I break my foot off in your ass. Insubordinate and churlish. Timothy.
Present.
Thank you.
Hey, all I know is it's good having another brother move into the neighborhood.
Hey, man, it's good to
Okay,
have
back.
you over. And I think
All
that
right.
you will dig this.
All right.
Ready, guys? Ready? Got myself a soda. Yep, I need the caffeine in me, you know? Dude, I wanna watch more. Well, you know, John, womp womp. All right. The nice Aaron Timothy Blake. Hey yo. Hey yo. Hey yo. Alright. Oh shit! Oh my god! Can I open this? Caffeine in you? Yeah, caffeine in me. No, I like caffeinated drinks. Let me go across, let me go across. Oh, this is where Leon was at. Okay. Okay, a note. Yada 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 yada. A scrap of paper in a plastic bag. 6 to 11. 6 to 11. 6 to 11. 6 to 11. Huh. Wait, what was that code for? Is it the one in the waiting room, right? I can't open this. No. You hear nothing. You hear nothing. That zombie is me when no key and peel. She might start calling you Kenneth Tat. Kenneth. Oh my god, is that first name Kenneth Tatters? That's hilarious. Okay, so we got this entire part done. Chief's office. Waiting room. Okay. Okay, the only way back is the balcony. Balcony. All right. I'm ready. I'm ready. Is Mr. X gonna show up here too? Candid tatters. Dark Chaos. Come here. Are you over here? Are you? Ah! Ah! Reload. Okay. Turn this on. Dude, I want Mr. X so bad. Oh, you want Mr. X so bad? I didn't know you like him that way. John. That's kinda... Hey, yo. Ooh. Bates. Cactus. Am I saying it right? Cactus. Okay, more ammo. Okay. Get me, Mr. X. I knew it. Come here, father. Come here, father. Do not question me about my taste. I mean, I get it. I get why you like him. I mean, he's tall. Oh, blue. He's tall, blue, and handsome, I guess. Waiting room. In here. Okay, what was the numbers? Repair shop. Panel. Compensate. No. Go back. Police station. Scrappy paper. Is he lying? Raccoon City Heroes. Oh wait. What's the next page? 2. Push up. Oh, 6 left, 2 right, 11. 6 to 11. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Do you know why they call him Mr. X? I do not know. Why? Damn. Can I drop you? Discord. Yes. Can I combine you? No? Oh my god. Why? Tell me more. Yeah, exactly. Tell me more. Private room collection. Electronic room. I need a crank. Main hall. Library. Okay. Where have I not gone yet? Marvin? You look kinda dead. Hahaha. Wait, wasn't there a room with the purple door or something? Oh wait, I could just gone here. Okay, safety deposit room. Safety deposit room. Go in! Oh my god. God, I have the key cap. Ah! Oh my god, sorry. Okay. This one, 2. Alright, your model froze? Is it? Oh my gosh, frozen! What? Why are you not working? Why is my model frozen? Model? Model? Hold on, let me recollaborate. Or, however, am I saying the right word? Alright. Was it number 2? Oh god, oh god, oh god. No, please. Please, come back over here. Okay, 1 or 2. Ah! What the heck did you punch? Wait, do I... Okay, I have 1 room. One or 2. Recalibrate. Sorry guys, English is not my best language. Even though I've been studying English for like 21 years. Come here. Can I not open it? This is it! This is what I get! God. Stop! Yeah. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, get away from me! What's your native language though? My native language is Hmong. It's like, it's spelled out like H-M-O-N-G. The H is silent, guys. But like, I'm not even good at speaking my native language. I'm really bad. I'm learning all sorts of languages and it's like fucking up my brain. Okay. So I have this. I have this. I have 2 keys. Where do I go? Library? Storage room? Clock tower? East storage room? Balcony? Electronic locked door, main hall. Isn't there a door with the like? Okay, I need a club door. Basement? I'm so confused. I don't even know where to go. Because dark room. Okay, I'm just gonna run around. Hope for the best. Ah, fuck! Shit. Never mind. That's why I never heard of it at all. Yeah, it's we're like a really small like group of Asians. That's like the best way to put it. Over here. Okay. Can you get on my way, please? Oh my god, how did he get here so quick? Ah! Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oh god. Okay, I'm back here. Back over here. Art room. I need a crank here. Stop! Oh my god. Mr. X. Oh my god, I swear to god. Okay, green plant. What? Cleaning him. Oh wait, I can just go back out. What? How the heck did Leon Kennedy fell down? That's wild. Okay. East storage room. Locked door. This door. Clock tower. Huh. Down here. Fire escape. I need a crank. Private collection room. Main hall. Library. I need a jack. Linen room? Okay. Star's office. A library. Wait, how do I get over here? Oh, okay. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it. Leon was too heavy. Thick ass boy. Yeah, Leon was a very, very thick boy. Wait, now I'm trapped. Please don't be here. I have to go the other way then. For sure. Bro, go away! Go away! He's right there. Can he climb? He could climb? No way! Wait! Oh my god! 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 Hey, come here. Okay. And this is a safe room, right? You can't get me here, right? What was this? I missed it? Oh, my native language is Hmong. It's spelled out like Hmong. Yeah. It's a very unknown language. Because we're a very small group of people. Like, basically like indigenous. Mm-hmm. Are they gonna show up? What if I... They're not gonna be here, right? Okay, Claire. You better not be here. You better not be here. Good. Okay, fire escape. I just gotta go to the waiting room, to the main hall. I think. Hold on. Not the main hall. Oh, office. Stairs. Okay. Office stairs. So, random question. Does it seem weird to everyone that the senators have two rib cages? Centaurs? Centaurs? What is centaurs? Okay, Claire. Okay, Claire. Is it this room? Shen, I should slap you? Yes, please. Half horse. Oh! Half horse, half man. You know, if you would say that at first, I would have understood. Okay. Please don't hit me. You do not see me. You do not see me. Am I able to kill them? Like, they're killable, right? Oh my god. Oh my Okay. Up here. This room, right? Alright, to the shower room, linen room. Oh my god. That liquor has a nice booty. Damn, why are you guys looking at their asses? You guys are all sussy. Stars. There's no liquor here, right? No liquor here? Alright. Perfect, perfect. Okay. Is there another one? Okay. We're gonna solve this. Yes, they are. Why not look at the ass? I mean, it's kind of. I mean, it's a nice ass. Not gonna lie. This one. 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 Okay, this one. This one. Oh fuck. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one? Okay, okay. This one. This one. This one. Fuck. Okay. Sure, did I press again? This one. This one. This one. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Oh wait, this one. This one. This one. This one. Which one's this one? This one? Okay. Start with this one. No. Okay. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. And then this one? Okay. Run the timer, chat. I still remember the first one of these she did. Leon, she got it right on the first try. Just total guesses. Yeah! Oh my god, my luck that day was so good. Her luck is running out right now. Prox 2 to 3 minutes. Hey, that's still pretty quick, isn't it, guys? 2 to 3 minutes? I think that's pretty quick. I mean, the broken clock is right twice a day. Eventually, she gets lucky. This is a great one to use. Wow. You know what? I'm just gonna leave this one here. Okay, anything else in here I need to take? No. Oh, I can open this now? Okay, Mr. X. Alright. Oh, here. Pretty quick knowing your ability to remember, so we will credit you for that. Thanks. Oh, fuck. Shit! Oh my god. Sorry, guys. No! Go down! Why are you going up? Over here? The button room? Button room? Where's the button room? Button room, button room. It's over here, right? Over here. Okay. The W clear. Okay, over here. Perfect. Oh no, went the wrong way! Holy shit. Okay. It's over here. You know what? I could always turn around. Come here. Never mind. Never mind. Fuck. Oh, come here. Come here. Punch me. Come on. I know you want to. Jesus Christ. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Get away from me, man. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Shen's professor. What is the square root of 23425212335? Shen? Zimbabwe. That's funny. No, you don't. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I got this. Okay, what's the number? 103. 103. Okay. And then it was what, like 202? No? Oh no, go back, go back. 203. Okay. What was the other number? Is that all of it? Hip pouch. And then 208. 208, 208. 208. Okay. You tried him and he wasn't taking your shit? Oh god. Grab that! Oh my god. You are Pog for coming back on that section? Oh god. Yeah, this is everything. This is everything. This is everything, right? This is everything. Okay. The spy is optional. Is it optional? I'm too scared to deal with those monsters. I mean, I didn't know it was optional. Thank you for telling me. How do I could go here, right? The door cross. The door cross! Oh my god! Okay. Okay. Door cross. No, no, wrong door? Question mark? Oh no. I'm in the wrong door. 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 Come here! Come here, come here. Stop! Don't hit me, please! Oh my god. Okay. This door, this door. But hey, you made it? That scared me. Oh, I got a jack! Okay. Got everything. I got this too. You know what? I might as well make it, you know? No, I can't. Wait, can I? $9mm. Is it? It's the wrong bullets, huh? Wrong fucking bullets. Fudge. Grenade. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait! I'm such a pro speedrunner right now. Oh my god! Ignore me! Please don't come to me, please. Okay. Ah! Fuck. Shit. Please. Alright! Whoa! Oh my god! I'm doing so good right now! Oh my god! Alright. Nice. Shit, nice. Oh, can you please die, ma'am? Oh god. Nice. She survived. Yeah, damn right I did. Wait, no, I went the wrong way. Shit! Okay. Private collection room. Oh fuck. Fuck. I was trying to go to the library. Okay, Jill. Haha. I'm not Jill. Fuck! Okay, Claire. I mean, shit. Oh my god. I mean, Claire. Haha. Okay, Claire. You got this. Hold on. I'm scared. No, go up! Go up. I think everyone missed that, but too bad I heard it. Oh my goodness. You heard nothing. You heard nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Haha. God damn. I swear to God, I'm too used to saying Jill. Fuck! Get away from me! Go up. Yeah, I was on my phone. Sorry. No. Don't apologize. That's a good thing. Now you can gaslight me. Yeah, going back into the. What the fuck? You can jump down? Oh my god. Please stop doing this to me. Okay, he's going up. Okay. I heard it too, but she's saying it so much I'm starting to believe her. That is hilarious. Oh, there's something here I could grab. Nice. Okay. Can I go up now? I heard it now. Okay, Jill. I think actually it's Claire. Shit. Goddamn. This entire stream is just me messing up names. Goddamn. I miss Jill. I think that's the reason. Oh shit! Fuck. Get her. Get their ass. Okay. I'm in here. Clock tower. West storage room. Shit, I don't have the dinghy here. Okay. Can I go here? What is over here though? Nothing? A large gunpowder? Alright. I'm starting to think I'm chaos. Well, you better play R3 or so you won't mess up. Alright, I will. I'm speedrunning this. Speedrunning. Alright. Okay. Main hall, east storage room. And then fuck. Bro, go away, bro, please. Come here, come here. Come here, I could juke you. Come here. Come here. Come here, beat me up. Oh. I guess not. Fuck! Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Okay. And then she proceeds to call Jill Claire instead. Oh my goodness. I love Jill. I love Jill. I love Jill. And I'm talking about actual Jill, and not Claire. Alright? I'm talking about actual Jill. Okay. I can put this away. This is for... Okay, I don't need this anymore. Gunpowder large. I need this. Okay. Green herb. Blue herb. I'll take this. And then... What is this for? Oh, the mag! I don't really have that yet, do I? Store this. Grenade. Handgun ammo. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Let's switch guns. Oh. No, not you, not you. What's the small gun? This one? Alright. And then I'll put this away. Okay. Put this away. Since I'm using handgun ammo. Okay. I'll put this away. Okay. Green herb, blue herb. Okay. Save. Okay. That's for a handgun. You can pick it up from the car park. A handgun at the car park? Not sure you want to go there though? I do not. Nope. Wait, you need to go there? I need to go there? Like in the garage? The garage? Okay. 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 We're gonna go there back anyways, right? Okay. Yeah, but once you grab the thing on the roof... The thing on the roof? I've already been to the roof, haven't I? Oh, not the roof, the... I'm so confused. Remember the car key? You have to press that. Oh! Oh! Was I supposed to examine the car key? I'm sorry, sir. Can I get my knife back? Oh shit. You gotta be kidding me! The clock thingy? Oh! Okay. Okay. Oh my god, these zombies are cheeky. Oh my god, they really are. Okay. This. Okay. And then I could take this back, right? And then leave that one there. It's the stairs. Here. You asked for your knife back and he took another one for you? Yeah, and now I can't... I didn't even get the third knife, the second knife back. Okay, this one. I only got the one he took from me the second time, which is kind of sad. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, guys. Okay, since I played Claire, does Claire meet Ada?
That worked.
He's gonna show up here. I know. Anything else? Okay. Garage key card. Okay. Oh my god. No, unfortunately, at least, oh, not at least Ada Lee. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Go here. Not just kidding. You won't for Claire? Oh, okay. I won't for Claire. Okay, okay. Each storage room. Dialogue. I still don't know the code for this locker. Proof. Oh my god, I still don't have a crank. I'm just gonna go here. Over here. Since you have the kid already? Oh! Since I have the kid already. Wait, am I gonna play the kid? Is that what it is? I'm gonna play the kid? Or am I just gonna play Claire the entire gameplay? Okay, let's see if I if I could do this. Yeah? Like this? Like this? This. It's the only way. Like, oh. Okay. This. Like this. Oh, secret? You're guessing, huh, Shen? No, I'm actually losing my brain, guys. I'm actually losing my brain. Actually. This could only go one way. This could only go in one way too. This could only go one way. Then this could only go one way. Like this. Like this, okay? Now I need to figure a way to do amazing, guys. I'm so smart. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What a fancy phone. She actually did it. Bravo, bravo.
Good to
Thank you,
see
thank
again,
you.
Claire. We've got unfinished business.
Unfinished business? Bro, I just met you. Like, in the garage.
In the neighborhood. You'll find it.
Sherry, all right?
For now.
For now.
You bastard, if you hurt her.
That's why she's the goat. The goat!
Stupid kid. If you just hadn't dropped that fucking thing, I could let you go.
Drop? What did she drop?
Don't worry, Sherry. It'll be all over soon.
Shit, wanna watch a short horror film?
There has to be a way out
Short
of here.
horror film? Can I play on stream? I'm not gonna get coffee. Oh my god! Play as a little kid! Oh shit! Wait. Stuffed doll? Hey yo, that's a creepy ass doll! Wait. 1, 2, 3? Who's the other 2 kids? Huh? There's 2 other kids? God. Oh, I need another block. Yeah? Should I? Okay, Chaos wants to watch a short horror film. Let's watch a short horror film. Is it scary? Like, actually scary? Oh, wow, wait. It's you gave me the same link. Wait, did you give me the same link? Hold on. Oh, here. Okay, ignore it. 6 minutes long. I saw your avatar has horns. Avatar? Who's Avatar? Oh, me! I had to connect the dots. Yeah, I'm a goat,
I want you to
guys.
listen to me very carefully.
I'm a good goat.
The woman is
Bad.
Hey, you remember the rules.
Well,
You
it
must
depends on what
ignore
kind of
her
creeps you
as
cut.
much as possible,
Ah.
all right? Just like last time. Don't look at her. Don't even think about her.
Don't even
Hey,
think
look at
about
me.
her.
I promise she's gonna leave, but only if you pretend she isn't there. All right? Promise me.
Promise. Okay.
Okay. Let's join your mom and Emily downstairs for dinner. Now stay focused.
Oh. Is the dad like abusive or something? I don't know, controlling? I love horror films, guys. Nowadays I feel like horror films are like, they're too repetitive and like not as original. Like I saw that one horror film of like the creepy AI doll thingy that the lady created for her like sister, her little niece. I thought that one was
Go ahead, eat your food.
lasagna! Guys, I freaking hate lasagna. I would puke it out.
Emily, how did your algebra test go today?
I think I passed. I don't know.
That's good, Em. That's good. The dinner is,
Oh, thank you for the
great.
hydrate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dad, I don't understand what's going on.
Quiet. Justin, pass me the salt.
Why is she back?
I said quiet!
You hate lasagna? Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't like spaghetti either, so it kind of, you know, it match, you know? I don't like tomatoes, guys. I will only eat tomatoes if it's like on pizza or something. But that's it.
This is the only way.
Shen is uncultured. Bet she doesn't like scallops, potatoes. Wait, no, I like potatoes. I like potatoes. Potatoes are like one of my favorite vegetables. Damn, I bet killing those zombies might use lasagna. Ketchup situation, I see. No, I like ketchup though. Ketchup is different. Ketchup is like a sweet. Ketchup is in its own category, alright? Actually, this film is pretty good. The cinematic. And like the atmosphere is really good. If you guys don't know, here's a fun fact, alright? Fun fact, guys. I used to be a film major for like 2 years.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Just finish everything off.
And I studied like filmmaking in media when I was in high school. So the films, especially like indie films like these, they're really like fun to watch. It's amazing.
Can't keep doing this.
Shen loves mustard. I do not like mustard, guys. I think mustard is bitter.
I'll get it.
The hand is creepy as heck.
I'll get it.
No, eat.
Is that hand real? It is, huh? Should be contradictive is a statement. No, but okay, ketchup is like it's a different category though. You know?
Back to the table.
God damn. Well, no shit, it's mustard. Yeah, right? Bitter? I hardly even know her.
Justin, get back to the table!
She's dead. God damn! He flew kind of far though.
Just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Just ignore it. He sees it. Wait, that's such a good shot right there. What? Oh my god. Wait, this show's actually good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just ignore it, guys. Ignore it. Ignore it. Are you ignoring it? Wait, that was such a good like short film. That ghost just wanted lasagna? Why they had to be stingy? Like I said, I would like it full movie with that. Yeah! It would be a good movie. Kind of reminds me of like La Llorona. You know? You guys know what La Llorona is? I think I'm saying it right. It's like based on a Spanish folktale of a lady who like drowns her kids and stuff, and then she kidnaps kids and like drowns them in the river. Good movie. I actually like that movie. You know, this is great though. Amazing. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Watch the Conjuring universe, Shen? Actually, I did see the Conjuring. Yeah. I love horror movie, guys. I love dark themed stuff. But I think I only saw like, how many movies are there? 2 of the Conjuring? Like 4. There's like 3 movies. I saw like 2 movies. Also, guys, it's been a good it's been a good 4 hours, and you know what? I think this is a good spot to end the stream, right? If I remember right, Insidious was a good one. Oh, nice. Oh my god. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure I saw Insidious, but I just don't remember what it's about, you know? Oh, welcome, Miss. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this part sucks. The little girl part. What did I miss? We just watched a short horror film. Yeah. Wrapping up. Yeah. The Conjuring has more movies in the universe besides the Conjuring movies. Oh, what? Oh my god. I see. Oh my god, maybe I should watch more of the Conjuring. Annabelle is part of the Conjuring universe. Oh yeah, yeah, I heard. I was watching like this video about like Annabelle and like the house and all that stuff, and like her connection to the Conjuring. Should I find someone to raid? Who should I raid? Annabelle? Shen, did not mess her name up, please. Annabelle? I know Annabelle. I'm not gonna mess up Annabelle, okay? Okay. Who should I raid? Who should I raid? Should I just raid Tia again? Oh, why did my dog yell at me? I'm just gonna raid Tia. There you go. Thank you for the stream, Shen. No, thank you for coming by. Thank you. Alright, thank you everyone for joining. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the thank you everyone for just joining in and, you know, pushing me in the face and kicking me on the ground and throwing dirt at me. I love it so very much. Thank you everyone. Make sure you lock the doors, lock the windows, lock your closet, cause you know, if you don't, I'm gonna be lurking at you when you sleep. Alright. 'Twas fun. What? 'Twas fun indeed. I had like a little bit of scuff at the beginning, but you know, everything went fine. Everything went great. My stream didn't crash anymore, and I'm so happy. I'm halfway to getting scammed the second time. No, missed. Oh my god. Later, thank you. Bye bye. Pog, everyone. Make sure you like, subscribe, hit the notification button. Comment down below.